All right, cool. Let's go. Let's go. Think we're good now. Yeah. Yep. Mic check. Yeah, we're good. Good day. Good day ahead. Good day, everybody. So, what do we see looking at price right now, right? First things first, this CPI move was a little bit predictable. We already know, right? We said it yesterday. When price decides it wants to just free fall for hours, that's scam activity. This has to be rebalanced, and what do you know? We're rebalanced. All right, so now that we're back inside of this range, right? You want to know, all right, what's shaping up here on the 4 hour? Will this be a protected high and we continue to trend lower? I would say price is likely to test either the base, which we've broken through the base of this move, right? So you have the low, the high, and then you break that low. Price can either retest this base and go lower, as you see here, or price can retest one of these previous 4 hour highs. So you see here, price took out 1, 2, 3, 4 hour highs, and then you started to see that rejection. So now we have this 4 hour high. We've broken the base. So this tells me that this 4 hour high is probably going to be the next draw. And that's what I have outlined here. If we remove the drawings, I think this 4 hour high can serve as rejection potentially. It just depends on how 10 a.m. opens. But I like this 4 hour high from yesterday 10 a.m. I would like that to be revisited, ideally for maybe rejection to go short again. I do want to check on these Japanese interest rates, see if they made an announcement. Let's see. So today is December 18th. So okay, it's tomorrow. The rate decision will be tomorrow, not today. So I think we get one more day to go higher before this Japanese rate cut or rate hike, I should say, starts to affect our market. So it makes sense. We get a nice rally here. I think we continue higher, maybe even to this previous day high. We'll see. But for now, you guys already know the plan. Drop to the 30-minute chart. Let's look at the overnight session. Zoom in on NASDAQ. And then looking at yesterday's price action, this just looks like a scam. Like the market, whenever you see the market do this, where it just doesn't rebalance anything, like not one higher time frame high was retested or swept, that tells you, all right, either walk away or look for opposite trades in the overnight session. And if you were trading last night, all you had to do was look for buys and you would have been a happy trader, right? Now that we take out this previous daily low right here, and then now we put in this overnight low, this gets my attention because price completely ignored all of the lows here. Completely ignored these lows. So I'm going to mark out these lows. Asia low, London low. And notice that we have this news candle here. This low is going to be liquidity. So this could end up being something like this, where you hit this London level here, this 30-minute base. You see the rejection off of it. Maybe pull back. But overall, I think price is going to end up pushing as much as it can before these Japanese rate hikes are in effect. All right, so previous daily high, weekly open. So I'm going to wait here and see if we can get some sort of divergence. And that's going to be my cue to get ready to trade, right? If you guys are new here, I like to use the higher time frame exhaustion, and that typically gives me an idea of what to expect for the next move. For example, let's give a great example here. Anytime there's a big move, there's typically exhaustion right before that move happens. A great example would be right here off of this Asia low, right? What do you notice? Before we get this massive rally higher, what did the market show? We showed exhaustion at this low. What is exhaustion? Exhaustion is SMT. SMT is a divergence between NASDAQ and the S&P, right? So you see this 330 low on NASDAQ was never swept out, but then you see that same low over here get swept out. That right there is exhaustion for the sellers, showing that price may flip bullish. And what do you know? This marks the bottom of a massive move. Let's go look at the top here, right? Before we got this massive sell-off, what do you notice? NASDAQ takes out this high, Tuesday 330, beautiful break. But ES, oh wait, I take it back. It's not that 330 high, it's the 830 high. So NASDAQ takes out this 10 a.m. high right here, 830-ish. This range right here gets swept. Over here, what do you notice? Massive divergence. And what happens? This marks the top of a massive sell-off. So when you're trading, you're doing yourself a favor if you just go to like the hourly or the 30-minute. I like the 30-minute. You go to one of those higher time frames and you wait for price to offer exhaustion. When you see that exhaustion, you're way, way more likely to get involved on the right side of the big move, right? My goal as a trader is to catch the big moves, so that's why I like to focus on the higher time frame. I'm not a macro trader who's trading this. Let's see what the macro looks like today. We got the 945, 950 macro. Maybe you try this short right here. Sweep this internal high, displace. Yeah, maybe you try this short, get stopped out, and then maybe now you're thinking about trying the longs off of this fair value gap. And good luck with that as well. Macros are a scam if you ask me. But that's just me. I don't trade them because I feel like if you really believe that you're going to make a lot of money trading a 20-minute window, 30-minute window, it's going to work sometimes. That's the beauty of trading. Even terrible strategies work sometimes. But I don't think that's giving you a real bias. I don't think that's giving you a real idea as to where price will expand to on the higher time frame. There's no way the 1 minute time frame is giving you the answer as to what's about to happen on the higher time frame. It's the opposite, right? If you really want to know what's going to happen in the long term, you should focus on the higher time frame. All right, so that's what I do, and I'm happy that price is pulling back right now because I also like to focus on the power of three, right? So power of three is very important as well. We wait for 10 a.m. as always. And once 10 a.m. starts to expand, it's very important that you pay attention to where 10 a.m. expands right out the gate, right? You see 10 a.m. ignore the high and start pushing back towards the lows. That right there is going to give you an idea that, okay, if this is a power of three setup, you're going to see manipulation of some sort of low before you get the market structure shift to go higher. And then you'll get that true move after the manipulation is complete, right? Power of three is just gauging manipulation and waiting for manipulation before you try to trade. All right, so now the only thing I have to do here is wait for exhaustion. So where could that exhaustion come into play? It could come off of this low, all right? We could get a divergence off of this low where NASDAQ takes this low or ES takes that low, all right? Or you could get exhaustion off of this data low down here, which I have marked off as liquidity, right? So the easy part for me is going to be simply waiting for the exhaustion to show. If that exhaustion does not show, then there's no reason for me to get involved yet. Typically, we see some sort of exhaustion around like 10:30, 11, 11:30. Like yesterday, I believe the exhaustion was, where is the exhaustion? Oh, yeah, it started to show exhaustion down here. All right. The same, bro, it's hilarious. The same place I was looking to buy yesterday, you see the exhaustion in here where we get price was failing to take out lows on ES, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we were showing some bullish exhaustion down in here around this area right here. What happens? Price shows exhaustion, decides to manipulate these lows, but what happens? Price manipulates this low and then gets right back. You see, Asia, it was restricted. This is what you call time distortion because price is not bearish. It's just not allowed to go higher. You see price break this low but fail to continue. Why is it just stopping right here? Because it's not bearish. It's just not ready to go higher yet. And then what do you know? The moment we break back above this specific low right here where we saw exhaustion the first time, the moment, literally, the moment we get back above it, what do you know? Skyrockets. Right? This is probably the hardest part of trading, and it's called time distortion. Because when it distorts, you don't know how long it's going to take for it to actually break out. And it's hard to be on the charts all day, every day. So that's where the market makers win, right? They know you can't sit on here all day and wait for this breakout, so they drag it out as long as they can. And by the time it breaks out, if you're on the charts, if you understand how exhaustion works, how divergences work, you definitely caught these buys in the London session. I'm not a London trader. I accept that. All right, I called the buys, but I just called them 2 hours. Well, not even. I called them at, let's say I called them at 12. The buys start taking off at 2. That's crazy. 12 p.m. 8 hours. That's like a whole day later, bro. The same structure holds up, right? So I can't really be upset about it. The only thing I can say is maybe next time price doesn't take as long to deliver. That's all I can bank on, right? Don't want to get too caught up in this type of concept because there's really no explanation as to how long this is going to take to deliver. Hopefully, now that we have CPI on the table, the market won't find the need to distort the New York session. But lately, so far throughout December, you see that a lot. You see New York session absorb the real move, and instead of giving you the real structure, the real targets, it'll just absorb all of the buyers for hours, 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 and then the overnight session will be released. Just like here, like what is this, right? Price, I remember trading this as well. I confirmed exhaustion. Look at the exhaustion here off of this low. We take out this London low. We take out the London low, showing beautiful exhaustion, telling me that the buys are going to start stepping up. I believe I got off the charts around 1:30, 2 o'clock here. And then literally the AM session absorbed all of the buys. Knowing that it's not bearish, you see price still go lower. And then once the absorption was complete and once the time distortion was over with, you see price go bullish. And you can see the bottom before the bottom is even confirmed by a lot of people. A lot of people thinking short this, short that. I can't take a short knowing that this is bullish. This is a bullish profile, right? So maybe I should start streaming London. I'll back test it, right? This is pretty new. If you go back and look at the price action for the past like 5 months, price wasn't doing this very often. Yet here we are in December and it just keeps absorbing the real move for the AM session, and then the PM trader or maybe the London trader gets the real payout. So if this keeps going on, then I'll have to adjust. So far, December, we're 18 days into December and it's been a very, very constant type of thing. So hopefully it leaves pretty soon and we can get back to catching really nice deliveries right? You see price deliver to the target at 3:30 p.m. Whereas normally we could catch a trade around 11:30, 12 and catch 100 points on the buy. Here you get chopped out of the buys. But hey, if we have to adjust, I may start trading one day. It just depends. I don't want to, I don't want to get too bothered by this because this is the first month that I've seen it so heavy. But we'll just play it as it goes, right? What time was this move? This move was at 1 a.m. So if you started your stream around 1 a.m., catch a decent buy. And then here was another 2 a.m. trade, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. trade. Same levels. But here we go. Let's see if we can take this low, man. You can see price wants this low. So let's wait for price to sweep out these lows. We have 8 minutes left. That's going to be my game plan. I would like to see one of these sweep out this 9:30 30-minute candle low. All right, cool. See the 15-minute chart. There could be signs of exhaustion on the 15-minute, but the 30-minute is pretty much the most straightforward. So a good rule of thumb, right? If you see this candle right here, let's say this candle doesn't close, let's say it doesn't sweep out any of these previous 30-minute levels. That's a good sign that this was just accumulation, and you don't want to be trading accumulation, right? So that's how I avoid a lot of the chop. A lot of 1-minute traders are in here getting butched and botched. But that's the hard part of trading the lower time frames without that higher time frame context. So here I can just stay safe for now and sit back and relax, waiting for price to actually give me some sort of sign that it sweeps out higher time frame liquidity. But I like how comfortable price is above all of the overnight structure, right? We break Asia, we break London, and we don't even seem to care to go back and revisit it. That's a good sign for now that price is likely going to continue higher. You know, we are back above. Notice where price is rejecting, right? Remember on if you guys were on stream Tuesday, this was the bottom. We caught out the bottom here for the New York session. What do you guys notice? Price is right back above this level and right back showing that this may be strong support. All right, so pretty clean, like, you know, pretty clean if you ask me. Pretty clean, beautiful wicks. So eventually we're gonna see price push and take out either the high or the low. It doesn't even matter. I just need to see exhaustion because my strategy, right? The way I trade it, either the exhaustion is gonna hold up. There's gonna be times where you see, let's say there's exhaustion up here. Let's say there's exhaustion at the highs up here, right? Let's say this is SMT, just for example. There's gonna be times where that exhaustion fails, where you typically you see an exhaustion at the highs and you think, oh, we're gonna go lower. But price could hit some sort of support and decide, nope, we're not going lower, we're going higher, break that exhaustion, and then give you exhaustion at the lows instead. All right, so you can have a double SMT where you have a divergence at the high, and then that divergence fails, creates a divergence at the low, and then you break out. So from there, that would create a very, very bullish profile. And that's what I would like to see. If we, let's say we end up sweeping out a high and giving divergence at the high. We still don't know which side is going to be swept, but it's starting to look like price doesn't want this low. Instead, it's pushing towards the highs. So we'll see how price responds if it can take out this high. Let's check on crypto while we wait. Beautiful profile on crypto. Looks identical to NASDAQ, right? Overnight session, breakout. And now we're pushing back towards that previous daily level. So that looks pretty solid. What is gold looking like? I know somebody, one of the guys hit me up asking about gold. I never trade gold. Gold is like a foreign creature to me. But I'm sure you can apply the same narrative, right? Let's go look side. If you look side by side, gold to what would be gold's counterpart, silver, right? So if you apply the same narrative, let's see if you can pinpoint some major swings. So looking at this low right here, what do you notice? You can say, all right, London's down here. We didn't take out that London low before this move, so no big deal. Here's a massive divergence, right? You see Asia high taken out, and then you see that Asia high was not taken out. So this is a very, very massive divergence. But this is a perfect example of when it can fail, where you'll get some rejection, but then what do you notice at the lows? You're going to see some sort of exhaustion on the lows here before price can actually take off. So here, right before this takeoff, you'll notice that you get this drive at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. takes out that low, 30-minute candle right here. But what do you notice on silver? This 2 p.m. candle doesn't even bother taking out any lows. And that's your signal that, okay, if we break through this level of resistance, I know that this is SMT failure with a pretty much flip the opposite way. And that's exactly what happens. Price breaks, and silver gives you a much better trade. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Silver is, I didn't know silver was this volatile, but you can see how you would prefer to trade silver, right? Because once you break this level, you can start looking to buy. Even if you were just trading a 30-minute candle, right? You trade it here, buy it here. Keep it very simple. I try to keep trading as simple as possible, because the moment you complicate it, you already lost. you've already ruined your trading career by complicating it. So here we break here, but notice how when we break here, you're super late. The breakout happens right here on at 7 o'clock on silver. Unless you consider this high, but I would want to wait for the SMT high to break here. You finally break that SMT high here, and then you get this ridiculous pullback. So trading gold would have been a nightmare. It pulls back every time it breaks a high. All right, but looking at right now, right? Let's see what the live action looks like. We have SMT off of this high. Beautiful. All right. And we should be closing a 30-minute candle soon over here, right? Yeah, okay, and we took the high. Did ES take it? Yeah, it did. It did take it. Wow. All right, here, let me do this. Sorry, 1 second. So that's not going to be much I can work with there unless there's a divergence across the previous sessions. But just to give an idea here, right? So we have this divergence, and then if we look at the lows, these London lows, but I won't even get too critical here because this divergence is really far out of the picture, but we'll mark it up. All right, so now that you have a divergence, a clear and obvious divergence, if you simply wait for the resistance on a higher time frame, sometimes it may take forever. So like this would be more like a swing trading approach. I've um, customized this approach to the 5 minute chart so that I can get entries during my New York session. But here I wouldn't want to get 5 minute entries. I would stick to the higher time frame. You got this level here. Clear resistance, right? These resistance levels are creating the SMT. You break through those, you should keep going, especially with this divergence at the low. And then that's it. It's that simple. So let's see. We'll check back on that in a few days. It's a swing trading approach. And if you guys have been trading with me, you guys know how I use this same concept on like an intraday approach. And there goes higher prices on the NASDAQ here. All right, so what I'm going to do is let's drop down. Let's see what the lower time frame is offering here. Don't need that. We know that that was previous support. We have this 4 hour range here that seems to be holding up nicely. And now we're pushing into that bearish territory. I wouldn't be surprised if price tries to short from here. We'll keep our eyes on the potential short now. And then we have this next 4 hour zone up above. And notice the 4 hour zones are just the open price and the wick. Those are very, very strong areas for a retest. So if I go down to the lower time frame and I look inside of the zone, what am I looking at here? Let's see. All right, here we go. 5 minute chart. We push right into this 4 hour zone and we just rip right through it. No sign of exhaustion just yet. That's a good sign for the buyers, right? If you're in a buy, you want to hold your trade and you do not want to get out. There's no reason at the moment. All right, here we go. Yeah, there's nothing you can do here. This is exactly what you should expect though. After when you see this weird sell-off where price doesn't want to rebalance at all, it's a red flag, bro. It's like telling you that all right, tomorrow's probably going to be the complete opposite but the same type of speed. Now I have no choice. If price wants to do this, I know it's going to end up selling off again, right? It's the same profile. If we went straight down, now we're going straight up, we're going to go right back down. Just a matter of time, right? So it's still early, which is starting to become a factor, right? When you see all of this movement and we're not sweeping out any lows, and then you notice, wow, it's 10:30. It's still early. That opens the door for a dramatic pullback. So what I want to do now is just continue to watch this 30-minute chart and see what happens. And we might get some selling pressure randomly. Really nice speed higher here. Let's see what these other traders are up to today. Who are some traders you guys like to watch? I know Tanya is one I was watching from like 2022. So I could check and see what Tanya's up to. Let's see. Oh wow, Tanya. So Tanya took a short at what time was that? 10 o'clock. Let's go to 1 minute. What is 10 o'clock? So Tanya took a short at looks like 10 o'clock, right? I think so. Yeah, it looks like 10 o'clock. If I'm not, yeah, 10:23. Yeah, 10 o'clock. Yeah, so Tanya took a short somewhere up in here. She probably got break even or something. I would have loved for this low to be swept. That would have given me permission to take on these buys. My bad, yeah. So from what I could see, a couple traders took some shorts, but nothing crazy going on here. It's tough to sit here and look for buys when there hasn't been much of any sweep, right? Price pulled into this 15-minute gap from CPI, rips higher, and now we're breaking this area, so I'm not really worried about that. I like this high up here now, this 4-hour level that was never retested. Price could revisit there. But this just goes to show that all of these sessions they work together, right? They may seem like they don't at times, but these sessions they work together day by day. Massive recovery, literally. Massive V-shaped recovery here. U-shape. Who else? Let's see. Who else is streaming? I don't know many other traders like that. Yeah, definitely chilling for now. I want to see if we can catch some exhaustion at these highs now. See this bearish gap that's being filled that has never been mitigated. You should see some selling pressure step in from here, and that could send price down to sweep out one of these 30-minute lows for us. That would be ideal. Yeah, for sure. Something like this. Pull back, sweep this low, give SMT, and then continue higher. But yeah, you could tell this is this is about to short. Once it gets where it's going, right? You got to be patient and let price get wherever it's headed. It could be headed to these highs. It could be headed wherever it wants to go. But once it gets where it's going to pull back very, very dramatic in a dramatic fashion. All right, here we go. See that rejection coming in? No surprise, right on cue. We're also stabbing into this previous weekly low, right? Got a bearish fair value gap, previous weekly low, and we got nothing but upside. I call it a turtleneck. You get a turtleneck into bearish territory, expect some sort of rejection here. So we see price starting to stall. I want to see price flip back bearish and start manipulating some lows, man. Boom, 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 boom. And there's keep in mind like days like this, it really can go straight up all day. And if that happens, I just won't trade it. It is what it is. They're like, yeah, CPI days are tricky. Either you get in at the right time and you catch a massive move, or usually price will get where it's going and then you'll get a decent pullback for a continuation. Or this could have been your pullback right here, right? Where you see 10 a.m. open lower, fill into this fair value gap, and this could be the last pullback for the entire AM session. So keep that in mind, right? Keep that in mind. And I know a lot of people like when you're new to trading, you think it's best to just trade every day. And it sounds cliche, but good traders don't trade every day. It's just not possible. The markets are scam likely. You get that phone call, your phone's ringing, scam likely, bro. You have to really like be on your toes when you're trading, bro. Markets will try to scam you for no reason. I say it all the time. I don't know who programmed these markets, but they had to be somewhat of a weirdo. Because trading shouldn't be so manipulated at times, right? But when you, like I said, when you understand that these sessions are genuinely working together, you can be like, all right, if we don't want to pay out the buys here, maybe we pay out the buys in Asia. Asia sucks, so I wouldn't count on it being Asia. So you say maybe, all right, London or tomorrow will probably be bullish. Let's see if I can position myself with the buys. If you trade in London, I'm sure you caught a decent buy setup. Today, it's pretty iffy because you had to gamble. Either you traded news like a degenerate, or you waited until after news and maybe you got in on like this 15-minute fair value gap fill. Maybe there's like a 5-minute inversion in here. Yeah, so maybe you wait for this gap fill. Something basic, right? If you're bullish and you're right, you don't need a complex entry method or strategy. That's just understanding that, all right, if I think price is going to go higher, let me look for a rebalance or a pullback into an area of interest. And once price fills that in, I want to see an inversion or I want to see a change in the state, right? Something. And then you get in. Here it looks like the inversion was the only one offered. If you bought it here, stop below the low, 119 point stop, you get 1R. All right. So it's even if you're like, man, how do I get involved in this? We're not missing out on much, bro, because you want to have proper stop loss. You don't want to be on the 1 minute time frame. Even though some people are good at it, it's not a skill that you can really learn. It's just something either you're good at or you're gonna lose a lot of money on it before you get good at it. You know what I mean? So it's really not worth it. Trying to be on the 1 minute chart to catch this, you would have got butchered. Unless you go, break even. Let's say you enter on this 1 minute inversion, 70 point stop, much more realistic. You go break even. All right, cool. Or even if you didn't go break even, you had to deal with a stressful trade, but you caught really nice risk to reward if you were patient, right? That's probably the only setup that was offered. And You know, if you're on the 1 minute chart, I can almost guarantee you probably wouldn't hold through this because you're super nervous. Probably go break even after you're up 60 points. Definitely go break even. But I think the real move is still on the table. Either we're about to start putting in the high or we're going to pull back and continue higher. So we have beautiful exhaustion. As I mentioned earlier, price just hits a wall. I think something like this is fair. Being that price completely ignored these lows on the way up, I think a slight pullback into this 15 minute, or let's see what else is here. 10 minute. Yeah, there's a 10 minute gap here. Slight pullback into this area should lead to higher if it holds. If it breaks, something like this, back down to that data low, and we could get a nice range for today. We'll see. How far is all-time highs away from where we are right now? Oh, yeah, it's over with. All-time highs at 26.6, and we're at 25.3, $1,000 away from all-time highs. Yeah, I think it's over with. We're about to get some serious data tomorrow from Japan, and the labor markets have been weak. Let's see what we have on the table for next week. Next week we probably have even more major news. Okay, yeah, next week's not that bad, and we got Christmas next week, so next week could be bullish. Yeah, actually, I think we're just gonna chill and continue higher or range for the most part, and then going into wow, bro, it's almost 2026. Going into 2026, I think that's when we'll start to see the real sentiment. Is the market gonna come out the year bearish or is it gonna come out bullish? It'll be clear as day. The market will have a point to prove starting out the new year. Right now, it's like the end of the race, so you can see stuff like this, big ranges, big move down, big move up, big move down, big move up for the next week or so. Yeah, we're chilling, man. Feels like a Friday almost. Let's see what the chat is up to. All right, so naturally, right, what I'm looking at is how does price respond to this previous weekly low? If we don't want to get back underneath it, right, we've seen previous setups where price can find support off of, where is it? Right here. So we break above it in London, we get a nice push, right? If price can find support above this, maybe we start to see some accumulation around this previous weekly level before going higher. All depends on how price wants to balance out. All right, so let's start looking at some trade ideas just to give ourselves some type of narrative, right? 3 minutes left in this 30-minute candle. We start closing above this weekly open on the hourly. A strong close above here would pretty much open the door. Let's see. So I'm looking at this previous 10 to 10:30 candle. We had a sweep of this high, right? No, we didn't sweep that high, but Nasdaq did. So there's a slight divergence here. I prefer my divergences to be off of current session candles. So like I want the candles that we're seeing freshly printed to offer exhaustion. But you can see that there's some bearish exhaustion off of this candle right here. But have we filled in any imbalances? No, we haven't. Yeah, so I'm thinking this right here, right? Let's say this is our divergence. And you got to be a little bit more aggressive on days like this when you see that the volume is peaking and it's still going. Now that we're at 11 o'clock, you still see that bullish pressure. So you got to start thinking, all right, maybe price won't pull back as far. Let me get ready for like my first attempt. I like to take two attempts on my trade ideas. So if my first attempt is up at these highs and it doesn't work out, then I know for sure I'll just wait for a deeper pullback. But there's a good chance that price may not want to get too far underneath this previous weekly low. So let's look at it like this. 1 second here. Save that. All right, cool. Divergence. All right, cool. Here we go. Nice divergence there. This is nice, bro. So we have a few 5-minute gaps in this area. The first one that gets my attention is the one that is right next to the EMA. Let's go over here, 30-minute chart. Divergence at 10:30. You can see that there is obvious resistance to our left. That price is completely broken through. We also have this weekly price here. So you can see this level here where price tries to go higher yesterday and it slams lower. This is also 10 a.m. price from yesterday. Notice this was a wall that we just broke through very, very easily. And we put a divergence right around that area, showing us that there were sellers in this area. So breaking through that is actually significant. And then now you get this 5-minute imbalance here. Let's see, where was that 10-minute candle that broke? Right here. Yeah, so 10:30 to 10:40, you get a 5-minute gap. This gap right here can be where price decides to go higher, right through this weekly open, right through this previous support. Let's see how price responds here. If we can get price to drive and maybe, retest this EMA a little bit, like a slightly deeper drive, so we see price fail to get underneath here, I'll try a buy there, understanding that it's CPI. Yesterday was a very bearish, unnecessary dump, so I want to target these highs before they are taken out. So far, this gap, as you can see, giving really nice rejection. And I want to see the same thing over here on NASDAQ. 10-minute chart, break a structure. Yep, there goes resistance right here. Price slams right through it. Gives you a beautiful area of interest. If we can hold this high, this will be a break and retest on the 5-minute chart. And we have the divergence that's being taken out. You see how this divergence was off of this specific level. This 30-minute candle closed right here. And you see price was unable to get past it for good reason, right? This was a bearish area. Now we get past it, and now we're getting a retest. And they're identical on both charts. And now it's 11 o'clock. So now if price is truly bullish, what will happen is you'll see price pull back into this area. I'll make it gray just to make it different here. And you'll see price start to climb out of it by their fair value gap here. You want to see price maintain this level though. You don't want to see price get too comfortable. So it'll be like a quick scalp, like a 50-point trade. And then target the next weekly open level here. The next area of resistance. But it has to be obvious rejection on this 5-minute chart. ES looks really good. ES looks very strong. Yeah, a push underneath the previous weekly open, push maybe into this EMA, and then a strong close back above that weekly open. I'm hip for my first attempt at a buy. No more than 500 bucks, maybe even 400. And then target 2R back to this weekly open. This 930 price could be a problem. Let's see. ES is interacting with that 930 price. Look at ES. Look at how ES just looks a lot better here. ES breaks 930 from yesterday. Strong close above. Fair value gap on the weekly open price. All right. Really clean setup. What about 10-10? 15-minute SMT. 10, 15 minute. I mean, it could be a 15-minute. I just technically like, oh, there's equal lows here. Nice 15-minute divergence. Nice break higher. Yeah. You could have used a 15-minute divergence there. I typically like the 30-minute because the 30-minute doesn't lie as much. But as I mentioned, we know exactly what we are anticipating here. So if price gives me everything I want to see, I have no choice but to buy this. And there goes that speed, yeah. I'm gonna take this buy, guys. 25,375. And as far as contracts go, I want to get in with, let's see, 50-point stop. Hold on, I need a strong close here. Let's see, give it 20 seconds, see how this candle closes first. But a 50-point stop is 5 micros. I'll go 4, size down just a little bit, be like 400 bucks or so. Beautiful, beautiful rejection there. 50-point stop. And yeah, this looks pretty solid. 25,375. Let's see here. What time is it? 11:05. Did we put a wick on this 30-minute candle? We did. All right, yeah, I'm gonna buy that there. 25,377. And this will be the first attempt at higher. 4 micros, 450 points for. I'm looking for about 1.7R to that weekly open for 90 points. And that's that. Yeah, that's my first attempt at higher. Price gave me everything I would want to look for at a continuation. We got the divergence, which is very subtle, which is fine. I don't need it to be perfect. I just need my strategy to show up, right? I don't need to put my emotions in it. Even though it's a subtle divergence, there's a 30-minute divergence off of this high over here. From there, I want to see some sort of resistance. And as you can see, let's zoom in here. If we zoom in, you'll see that we have resistance off of this closure, everything down in here. 6 p.m. price, 10 a.m. price, you see price, close underneath it with a divergence, and then the very next 30-minute candle just blasted through that level, showing us that this is not going to be a problem. So if I can put my stop underneath it, I should anticipate price to continue trading higher. The next level of resistance could be this previous daily high here. So I'll keep my eyes on this level for sure. And what else is in the way? I mean, it looks pretty solid, bro. I like how we broke through it with a nice 10-minute closure. And then we offered a beautiful imbalance that price pulled back into, right? So instead of waiting for a deeper pullback, I'm anticipating that with this 30-minute SMT, price tried to show rejection and failed to show that rejection. And then now you're getting some bullish pressure. Let's check out ES. Did we take out any highs yet? Yeah, no. So there's nothing else to play off of here. So this is the only trade idea I would be able to put together for the time being. So I'll give it a chance here to go higher. It's going to be like 420 bucks on the stop. Looking for a $700 TP. And what you want to see now is this is going to be a problem for sure. 930. You want to see price just rip through it, similar to how we ripped through these prices here. But the reason I like it is because ES is already broken at 930, so it should be no problem for NASDAQ. And I could have bought ES, but they're both trading really well right now, so it doesn't really matter which one, right? See if we can get some speed higher here, and ES, there's no real threat at all. You see we cleared 930. What else is in the way? There's nothing else in the way. We have this 6 a.m. high. We have this previous daily high. Crypto should be running higher. Here goes gold breaking out of this level. Silver is so far behind. Oh my goodness. But where's crypto? I don't care for gold. Crypto, what are you up to? All right, so crypto's still working its way higher. We haven't taken out any pre-market highs yet on crypto, so that'll be my target here for crypto. I like to see both charts trade in the same direction. So as long as NASDAQ is going higher, I want to see crypto start going higher. And that'll give us some momentum on this trade. If you notice here, you'll see this weekly open price is serving as a beautiful level right now on the Bitcoin. And then you have the midnight price supporting price over here. So that's a beautiful bullish characteristic. Now that we've broken it, retested it, price can continue higher. And you should anticipate, at the very least, a new high of day, which would be 29.97 on Ethereum and 89,435 on Bitcoin. But realistically, you should also anticipate this previous daily level to get hit. All right, so that's the game plan. Give price a chance to run here. That's all we can do, right? Draw up a decent idea and give price a chance. All right, nice. So good speed here. I want to see how price responds at this 930 level. We did take out this high, so price could act weird here if it wants to, but the key here is for every pullback here, we see a really decent expansion past previous highs. So I want to see price show some strength above this high here. 10-minute chart. Let's go 5-minute. This level right here seems to be a factor. But like I said, when I look at ES is pretty much cleared all the roadblocks. So I don't want to be too protective over this trade. Just give it a chance to go. And then, oh yeah, let me look to my left. So anytime you're in a trade, right, you want to look to your left and see if there are any higher time frame gaps that have not been filled, right? We've already shown some sort of rejection off of this unmitigated 30-minute gap. This candle right here gives you a gap fill, and then you get that rejection. With that rejection, you saw price completely absorb the selling pressure and go right back bullish. That's a really good sign. As far as any other gap, I don't see anything else in this area that hasn't been filled. Well, we have this 5-minute gap right here. 5-minute gap right here that wasn't filled. Let's see what happens when price fills it in. Or has it been? Okay, yeah, we've already filled in this gap also. So yeah, you just gotta let price do its thing here. We see that bullish pressure. We swept the high. It's 11.14. Let's see if we can get some more bullish pressure off of this level. And as far as management goes, right? Let's say price tries to reverse off of this high like an idiot, right? Let's say price gives you all of this bullish structure here, respects this gap just so it can take out this high, which it happens. So you can't sit here and act like it can't reverse from this high. All right? So the exit plan is going to be this gap right here. I don't want to see price close through this gap on the 5-minute chart. The same gap that we used as confirmation to get in, I'm going to be very strict on this gap holding. No more will I let price give price extra room in hopes that it's going to get back above it. If we get up under here with a 5-minute closure, just close the trade, because lately that's going to be your best chance to get out. I don't want to see it even bother closing through here. Otherwise, I'm going to get out, small loss, and then I'll just wait for a completely new setup, because at this point, the market is being stupid, right? Why are you providing such bullish areas of interest if you only intend to take out one intermediate tiny swing high before you collapse? That's scam activity. I don't want to be involved. So this gap right here must maintain. We get a closure through it. That's my exit plan. So I'm going to try and avoid letting price hit my full stop today. And as far as upside, there's so many targets up above. I just picked one that made the most sense. This previous day high should get broken. We've already broken it once here, twice. So I think price will draw towards this previous day high that hasn't been interacted with, right? We haven't retested this level yet. So that'll be my draw. And then I can get out at about 80 points just to take my piece of the pie. And there's a weekly open right here. So either you can target that 130 points or about 80 points. So this is a good learning session here, good teach tape, where you can really start to see like how the market works. Because if this gap holds, we're gonna run. If this gap gets closed through, I gotta get out. And here we go. Like, you see how it's just wasting time? What's the point of all of this irky jerkiness? It's just to waste people's time. If you're not bearish, stop being stupid, right? If you're bullish, go ahead, continue this bullish profile where we see beautiful expansion through these short-term highs. nice strong closures, fair value gaps above highs. That's what you want to see. My goodness, bro. What's ES up to? All right. So decent speed, but I don't want to see any more games at this high. I want to see a strong closure above it. And from there, I can start taking some risk off the table. If we start closing above this high, I can maybe move my stop to like 300, 250, something like that. And now I'll be in a really good position for higher. All right, here we go. I'm out there. I'll take that paper cut, and as you can see, price literally takes this high. This is the part of trading that I personally want to get better at. When you see stupid stuff like this, just get out. Just get out. It's easy to be like, well, maybe it's gonna try to pull back and continue higher. And if you're right, you're right. But if you're wrong, that could cost you. So what I'll do here is I'll just get out, small loss, fair value gap didn't hold up. And I'm actually gonna start looking for lower now because this is the first time we've seen price get very, very bearish off of this high here. And then if you look to your left, what do you notice? There's a massive level right here that price just seems to struggle with. So I could probably look for a short here. It just depends on how price responds now. Beautiful exit, beautiful game plan there. And the sad part is if you look at ES is still bullish. So this is just this right here probably is just gonna be so that I can get out. But ES looks fine, bro. ES hasn't even bothered closing through this gap yet. But this was my game plan, so I'm gonna stick with that. If price offers something else, I still have the capital to get back in. I only lost 140 bucks here, so I am okay with that. I want to know, is this actually gonna go lower? So what I'm gonna do now is start looking at this 30-minute chart because we're probably printing a new one. Good job. There goes your new 30-minute, and there goes this high being taken. Did we take out this high here? This high is sitting at 68.71. This high is sitting at 68.71.25, and they're both equal. Yeah. So equal highs here. This just looks like it's scamming, bro. But I think lower here. I like the selling pressure off of that level. Let's see if we can start getting like some bearish closures. Nice. Nice, yeah. This looks like what you call a move lower or accumulation to go higher. So just wait this out. Excuse me. This is trash, bro. Oh my goodness, bro. I don't want it though. If this tries to take off, I think I'm gonna be okay without it because this move right here is just, it doesn't make any sense unless we're bearish. We sweep this high and then immediately flip this gap, and then look what happens. All right, so yeah, are we about to sit here and just go sideways? There's a good chance, but I hate that. I hate that price decided to close through this gap, especially if it ends up being bullish. That's gonna be trash. Cause like I said, I want to do better at just having certain levels that invalidate my trade idea before my stop loss can be hit, so that I don't have to be stopped out to know that the trade is going against me, right? When I see this move right here, I only wanted to buy this trade because we held this gap so beautifully, right? And then we closed through it. So now I'm like, all right, flip the script here. Protect yourself just in case price tries to have a stop hunt. We have this 30-minute low right here that could be swept. Small 30-minute imbalance. So let's see what happens here. Or we could start seeing the same exact thing that we saw yesterday, where you get this massive move, and then around 11 o'clock, the market decides, I don't want to go anywhere for the next 4 hours. Let's just chill in this area. And if that's the case, that's going to be unfortunate, but at least we won't have to take any big losses, man. This is like the downside of trading the higher time frames. Like, I don't care about the 1 minute chart as much these days, and that saves me from getting chopped up, but it also can put you in a position where you may only get one trade idea, and if that doesn't work out, then that's it. True. This is so lame, bro, because now we're right back in our territory where I'm okay with the buy. ES never breaks this gap. Did we take out this low? No. 15-minute chart, any SMT with that drive? No. That's tough, man. This could try and take off here, and I will not be a part of it. Welcome to the NASDAQ. Part of me thinks it's just going to slam lower, though. What's up with crypto? Crypto closes under that weekly open. Ethereum holds the weekly midnight. Still too early to say. Like, what is this? I like the rejection though off of this base right here. You see this accumulation, the bottom of this accumulation, this base price breaks it, and now we're retesting this area. I don't know if it's actually gonna break out or not. Let's see. This is so lame. If this tries to take off. But I'm okay with that though. I'm gonna start, like I said, this is gonna be my new approach. Cause it's easy to let trades run when you're on a win streak where you're like, well, we've been winning, so let me just give it a chance. The strategy's been really good. But when you start taking losses on good trades, now it's like, all right, let me start cutting some of these losses before they get to my stop. And sure enough, the first time I actually do it is the trade doesn't go to my stop. Man. So it just looks like the 10-minute chart pushed down right back into the EMA, pushed a little deeper into this gap, and then you get another rally higher. However, we're still underneath this level here. We just opened a new 30-minute candle. Good drive higher. Good thing is, if we do break this level, we might get another setup where we get some imbalances above here, and then I'll just look for another trade to try and take it higher. See if you get that quick move. What are you doing? What time is it? 11:30. It's almost lunchtime. All right, so you guys can see what I see, right? Price is hitting a wall, and that wall is very, very strong right now. So I think I did right. Just cut this, bro, and gather a little bit more information. And here's another example of sometimes it's really not your fault. You can be the best trader in the world, but if the market doesn't want to go anywhere, you're not gonna make any money. So as hard as it may be, sometimes you just gotta really just sit here and just let price waste time. And hopefully it's not over with, but it's starting to look very similar to what happened yesterday, where if you look at the clock right about here, it's 11:20. Price starts going sideways for about since 11 o'clock all the way to 2:40. Oh man, 1:40. And that right there is pure shenanigans. This should be a crime. Price should not be able to just stop moving after it's shown so much volume. And then what happens again? The entire 4 hour candle. Let's look at this 4 hour candle. What did that look like? Where is it at? Look at this. In what world is this? Look at this 4 hour candle. It looks like a 1 minute candle. All right, so I'm gonna start to lower my expectations here. December has really just been this type of month, and I don't know if it's just this specific window that's taking a hit, because I only trade that 10 a.m. to like 2 p.m. window, and it's been so tough to find continuations, bro. I've been like searching and searching for good continuations, and they just don't seem to play out the way they normally would. Coming into this December month, like October, November, the trades we were catching, phenomenal. Phenomenal trades. Now all of a sudden it's just like the market would choose to do this instead. And if you're not a part of the move initially, like here, like in the beginning, which there was some decent setups in here, but nothing that I would trade because there was no sign of manipulation lower. It was just a basic pullback. And if you know, like I know, right? If the market if the market offered this type of setup every day, we would be millionaires. But usually what happens is you'll get a low, a pullback, and then you'll get that manipulation where price will drive way deeper than it should to take out all the early buyers. But that didn't happen today, right? Today you get that beautiful textbook, elementary style, gap fill continuation. Like those type of setups scare me, bro, because there's no manipulation in here. And here we go again. If we can get a strong move lower, I'll take the short. I'll take the short, understanding that we have some higher time frame imbalances below. 1 hour gap is about to form in 10 minutes. And then we have that 4 hour candle high here that we really haven't put much structure in. So I'll just clean up my charts here. I'm really not a fan of what's happening, bro, because this could still break out and I'll be like, wow, price just took me out of my buy trade just to waste time. But you can see, I think the right move here, even if it does take off, the right move is saying, hey, just get out of this trade and wait a little bit because this could be hitting a wall that may send price lower and you don't want to risk that. All right, so I'll go back to the 10-minute chart. It just looks a lot cleaner, right? And I have these areas of interest that if price gives us a break by, 1 o'clock or so, then I may trade it. But at this point, I kind of would prefer the shorts, right? Go opposite of what I'm sure everybody else is trading because it looks like we're about to get a dirty move lower just because nobody's selling and the market wants to take out all the buyers. But yeah, we're chilling, man. We're chilling. Like I told myself yesterday, I'm like, bro, it's easy to be like up and down in trading, right? So the moment you start to feel like conditions just aren't favorable, just take a step back mentally and be like, bro, we don't have to make money every day, bro. We went on a great run this year. 2025 is going to be a positive year all the way through. So you really don't want to let this December price action tear you down. Even if you haven't made any money this year, don't let December be the month that makes you feel like, yo, man, I don't really want to do this. If anything, just start embracing your real life outside of charts more, your family, all that good stuff, right? So that's what I've leaned on throughout this, because it's easy to get spoiled with good price action where you're like, man, I miss this, I wish this, I really really want that, but bad price action has to be a part of the journey. That's just, unfortunately, that's just how the markets are, bro. It's evil. There's no reason for this type of price action, bro, other than to make people lose money. Sad, but it's true. But good thing is it can't last forever, so you just gotta weather the storm. And then I'm sure, watch, January comes around, we'll have like a 9 week win streak where we just can't lose, or break the record, 13 weeks, 14 weeks winning streak once 2026 is here. It just seems like the market is in pure distortion mode, where you'll get these crazy moves before you can even think about getting in. Like yesterday was pathetic, bro. Like, you guys know me, I don't trade until 10 a.m. hits. 10 a.m. offered no manipulation higher, but it was able to sell off how many points? Like, come on, bro. That's not how the market works. There's always some sort of manipulation before the real move, especially with a 4 hour candle, right? Same thing over here. At least we got an attempt to go lower before going higher. This is fair game, right? I would not be upset about missing this, because 10 a.m. does what? Opens opposite before going in the real direction. That is trading. That's how the algorithm should play if it's giving you a fair chance at an entry. If the candle just opens up and skyrockets, it's like, bro, get out of here, bro. How do you expect me to get in that? Unless I'm like a rookie trader who doesn't understand that price is probably going to manipulate before it gives you the real move, right? And then now here we are, price expands very, very quickly into resistance. You see this level here. For whatever reason, price is just not able to get through it, yet it's still hanging out in this area. Like, why is it doing that? If it's going to reject, it should reject. If it's going to break it, it should break it. But for whatever reason, we're still sitting in this area for the past hour and a half. This was 10:30. It's 12 o'clock now. What a shame, right? All right, so here we go. We got 6 minutes left in this candle. I'm not going to watch the 5 minute chart, even though the 5 minute chart looks pretty clean as well at these highs. You see the wicks, you see the bodies, pretty clean. But I don't wanna go off of a 5 minute breakout. I want to see a 10 minute breakout. If we can break out of here, then let's look to the left. What else is there, bro? There's this level here. There's a lot of resistance in here that makes me just kind of like step back a little bit. Like, if you can reject off of this level, then you could reject off of this level, right? So it's like, and you've already shown rejection off of this level. So it's like, come on, bro. If you're bearish, just go bearish. It's probably going to try to get people to buy it again. Starting to see SMT. Okay, nice. Yeah, that'll be a good way to set up the short here, right? If we get SMT off of this previous 30-minute high, that'll be nice. And it looks like that's what's going to happen here. Let's see. 5 minutes left. Give price a chance to close here. See what happens. Starting to see some speed, bro. This is crazy, bro. Like, if you're new to trading, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that you have to deal with this, because this is beyond pathetic. Boom, 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 boom. Bro, you gotta chill, bro. You gotta. There we go. There we go, man. So you see the SMT, but the one thing I'm noticing now, whoa, ES is a bit aggressive, bro. Now we're getting SMT off the low. Now we're getting SMT off the low. And I don't know, bro. I try to be as level headed as possible. I try not to make, too many adjustments because I've been trading long enough to know that the way I see the markets work, they work very well over time. So like when I get into a situation like December where prices, it seems like during my session and my session only, the market does this. Like you don't see any of this weird stuff in London. Prices breaking, retesting, breaking, retesting, breaking, retesting, and this is a beautiful uptrend. Yesterday, the big move happens before 10 a.m. And then once 10 a.m. opens, you get a little bit of pressure. Same thing like today. 10 a.m. opens with a little bit of pressure lower. And then at 11, it just hits a wall. And it's like, I don't care to do anything. I'm tired. Unfortunately, that is what it is. But look at the PM session. For 4 hours in a row, price did absolutely nothing. Not even 4 hours. From 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. all the way to 10 p.m. So that's a good 8+ hours or so. Price was stuck in this range. So you can't really complain, bro. You just gotta be all right with it, bro. Cause once this is over with, it'll be almost like a dream come true when we start catching the trades that we are used to catching. So what are we seeing here right now? I'm seeing a failure to go lower on Nasdaq, but also a failure to go higher. So if we can get some selling pressure to match what we're seeing here on ES, I like the shorts. Otherwise, it still looks very bullish until we break through here. You just want to sit on your hands, right? But this looks like the play here. Accumulate, accumulate, and then you're noticing SMT at the low. So let me draw this up. Draw up another idea. We're still in the same exact area where we got that bullish idea the first time. So that is in the back of my head. Still haven't really truly invalidated yet. And then now you have this 30-minute low being swept on ES. Divergence there. 30-minute high. Failure to be swept. Divergence there. We got a roadblock in front of us. All right, so yeah, here we go. If we're truly bearish, you're gonna start to see displacement lower. There we go. Crazy. But this is honestly, I'm not gonna complain anymore about it because the next time we see this type of price action, I will know exactly how to manage my trades to where I'm like, all right, this will be a perfect example. Like I can get out with small losses and avoid taking those stops when price is truly deciding not to go anywhere. It's amazing how that can happen. It's sitting here as if there's nobody buying or if there's nobody selling. When we know deep down the whole world is on the charts right now, pressing buy and sell buttons. Boom, 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 boom. We're chilling, man. We're chilling. I like the sell pressure right now. It's almost like where's a good example? There's really not much you can short off of. I was gonna say, imagine if you just press the short button, just because. But I don't really see a good reason to do it. We broke this high on the 5 minute. The 10 minute, like I said, just gives you a better read on this level. Really nice. And then now we're getting this 10-minute break I want to see Nasdaq. If we can get through this, I would say this low right here. I'm gonna get rid of this 5 minute fair value gap. See how we had this drive lower on the 10 minute and we held it. If we can get through this, like something like this, I would short it back down to this 930 open price. That's going to be a beautiful area. Why is it such a beautiful area? You have a breaker structure. You see price hasn't really rebalanced yet. And there's valid price points sitting inside of a 10 minute, maybe even 15 minute, 15 minute gap, 15 minute order block. That is a very valid area for price to retest before going higher. We might get this short. Hold on. We might get this short, guys. Let's see how this candle closes here. Notice the EMA. We're starting to get through that EMA on ES. I just hope it doesn't take off. I'll short this, yo. What's this over here? Same level of support prior. That's our 4 hour zone down below. I would short this back to 10 a.m. If we get this strong move through, yeah. Let's get ready for a short, man. Obvious resistance, obvious imbalances below, obvious time distortion, meaning that price is probably bullish, but it doesn't want to go higher yet. So instead, you want to look for lower. And we might get a beautiful short here if we can get a simple. All I need is a simple break. You see this yellow level here? We broke it on ES, but we haven't broken it here. So you guys know my protocol. I need to see the same exact setup on both charts. Otherwise, I don't want it. We get that break lower. We get some sort of displacement, some sort of maybe even this previous weekly level, right? Retest something that makes sense. Show rejection. I'll take the short. Quick scalp. Don't want to hold it too long. And bingo. And if that ends up playing out, then you'll see that it's not that hard to trade in December. It's just you have to have a short leash on setups, right? As easy as it is to get in here and be like, yo, I want to buy this. When you see weird stuff like this, even though structure is bullish, you got to start to trade against it just because. And that sucks, but that's just what's being presented here. All right, so 4 minutes left in this 10-minute candle. We get this 10-minute closure. I'm going to lock in on the shorts. Hopefully it doesn't like just, run away from this level and just hit the targets, but I think we get a pullback. If so, I'm going to look for shorts. If it doesn't pull back, then you maybe get a clean buy setup from this area. And it is lunchtime. Yo, don't do this, bro. What could I have used to just short this? Because we saw the first red flag, right? You see the red flag with that 5-minute inversion. Price pushes back to that high. And what happens at that high? I mean, other than rejection, maybe you get this 5-minute engulfing with the SMT and you're like, maybe I should short this. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like better nowadays to not have a legit strategy, to just like really try and just play the momentum. Because I don't see what would you use to get in here? Let's see the 1 minute. This is bleeding, bro. I hate this type of stuff, bro. Where would you get in? What would you guys draw up for a short here? What would be a legitimate short? We do take out the highs here, but yeah, there's a massive SMT right here. Massive SMT off of that swing right there. Yeah, we're done for. The shorts are just completely delivered, But SMT off of this high, 10-minute rejection, 1 minute, what do you say? 1 minute inversion, 1 minute low, high, boom. 1 minute breaker almost. Oh, this is a macro time too. Okay. Maybe. Oh, here goes this stupid stuff, bro. I ain't got time for this, bro. Should just disconnect it. What's up with the stream? Did the stream disconnect? OBS disconnected for a second. And there goes your short for 108 points with no mercy. Yeah, bro. I don't know, bro. Next December, I'm not even going to use a strategy. I'm going to go straight evals. No funded accounts next December. Straight evaluation. And just look for rejection off of the 10-minute chart, SMT, with a market structure shift. I would have used a 5-minute. I can't use that 1 minute, bro. That 1 minute is like way too wild for me. And there goes the free fall back to our drawing liquidity, back towards everything. And the only way I would have said maybe I want to short this is off of the 10-minute chart. Honestly looks the best. You have this obvious level of resistance. You have a break of structure. Price breaks bullish structure, goes into a bearish area of interest, accumulates, fails to go higher, gives you this SMT. Let's see if there's SMT at any other point. So if we look side by side, this high right here was a beautiful rejection followed by engulfing. Was there SMT? No, there was no SMT, so no trade. And then here you get a nice rejection candle from the same level, but this time you get SMT. Potential short idea, aggressive, right? Tight stop, and then target here. Other than that, let me go look at yesterday. Did yesterday offer something similar? Yep, we sold off, but this time it just kept going, right? We sold off into obvious. Well, I can't even see that far to the left. Let's see. Yeah, no, this wasn't the same. If I go to the left, maybe you find some sort of resistance off of this level here. Extend it to the right. Nah, yeah. Yesterday was much different. This was a clean short. It just didn't want to let us get paid, unfortunately. Yeah, see here, I wouldn't have really, you shouldn't be trading that. I was kind of bold for even thinking about buying this. But the difference between today and yesterday, what did I do yesterday that I didn't do today? Yesterday, I went in off of this 5-minute breakout when we started to break this lower range right here. We saw these wicks. We saw a sweep lower. We saw SMT at this low. Saw divergence at this low. And then we saw price breakout here. I was convinced that we could get in on a retest somewhere like here. And I bought it. And it just ranged sideways for a whole day. And then bad trade, right? Technically speaking, not a bad trade, just a losing trade. And then today, instead of going with the 5-minute, I flipped to the 10-minute. Because over here, the 10-minute showed excellent rejection. Maybe there was SMT up here with an engulfing. Let's see. Let's see. We got an engulfing candle here. No SMT. No trade. You got no SMT, no trade. Yeah, nothing there. Nothing on the 10-minute at least. And then here, this was nice, bro. This was nice. Fade the buyers because the market just doesn't want to pay the buyers today. Now look what happens, right? We're back in bullish territory. We're retesting where price showed very strong moves higher. If price starts flipping, I would say really just this area here. The same area where I wanted to buy the first time, I would just wait for price to get back above here, show that it wants to hold it, and it should continue higher from there. If price stays down in this area, I don't want to get caught up trying to buy it because I feel like it's a trap. If it gets too comfortable down here, it's going to start taking out lows. If it's bullish, you want to see price immediately start flipping. You got this gap here. You know, you want to see price show that speed higher. Otherwise, it's probably just going to keep going lower. Good job today, bro. I'm actually I can get used to trading like this for December, where I wanted this short. It's okay if it didn't want to give it to me. Eventually I'll catch it. Maybe I can take some notes as to how I could get involved next time. SMT off of this level. Nice strong 10-minute closure. Beautiful 10-minute closure over here. Potential short. I still wouldn't have, just jumped right in. I would have hoped for a pullback. Right? So the fact that we didn't get a pullback, what is that telling you? Same thing we saw here. We see price overextend, turtleneck into bearish territory. What do you expect? A slam lower just as fast. It's the same thing over and over, right? So now we're getting this crazy slam here, and now I'm starting to say, okay, this looks like a scam. This doesn't look real. Why did we not pull back? Why didn't we retest? That means that the retest is the next phase of the puzzle. It'll sweep out these lows, maybe give you a divergence, and then end up right back up here, bro. So that's what I'm going to be looking for here. We got 1 hour left, maybe 1 hour, 15 minutes or so left in the stream. Took a small buy up here, got out early. And now I'm just looking for another buy to rebalance this fake sell-off. And I think we're taking out 30-minute lows, if I'm not mistaken. Beautiful. So I'm going to move all this to the left here. Get rid of some of these levels. Don't really care for these divergences now. Good eyes, man. We called this short well before it happened. It just didn't want to give us a chance. If we would have gotten any pullback, I guarantee you I would have shorted it and we would have banged this short. But it's all right. It knows what not to do. Otherwise, that would have been an easy short. Crypto. Oh, crypto falling off of a cliff. I don't know, bro. This might be a free fall. Look at it. We had a crazy free fall. We get a beautiful rebalance and then another free fall. We could go straight for these lows here. Sheesh. Wow. That is impressive. So how would I draw this up if I wanted to short, right? Let's say I do think price is going to take these lows on NASDAQ. How would you draw this up? First thing I would say is, what is the 30-minute showing? All right, we got exhaustion off of this high, so that opens the door for a short. Beautiful 30-minute divergence there. Because of like how early it is in this candle, right? We still have 16 minutes left before this candle closes. So it can continue going lower for the next 16 minutes. So I want to be on the lookout for a potential pullback and then continue lower. All right, you got the divergence. I go down to the 10-minute instead of the 5-minute, and I say, what levels did price slam off of to send it lower? And we had this high, obvious resistance, and then we had this 10 a.m. level here, which was holding price up for the most part. We got one retest here, failed to go through it, and then we opened a new 30-minute candle, slammed through it. So anything inside of this slam candle should be fair game for short. So when I look at this, I say, well, probably this gap up here, bro. This will be my area of interest, which is so far away. So far away. Why do I like this? Because this is the first sign of strength. This is the divergence high, and this is where you see price start to expand. I like 5-minute gaps. 10-minute gap would be massive. So break it down, 2 different gaps. I would go with the higher gap. price can push into that area, show some resistance, then lower. But I don't think we're gonna get that. I think it's just gonna take these lows now, and then we're forced to look for a buy, being that price has not rebalanced whatsoever. So those levels are marked. If price just randomly runs back up in here, then I'll start considering that. But for the time being, I'm going to step back, wait for this 30-minute candle to close, because what's going to happen at this closure? We're likely going to see bullish divergence at the low, which can open the door for buying pressure. See how all I'm doing is just waiting for price to make a move, show exhaustion, and try and use that exhaustion for a trade idea. It doesn't get more simple than that. And you actually follow along with price a lot better that way. You're not guessing, you know what I mean? You're waiting for price to show you that it's ready to turn, and then you give it a chance. What else can you do? It's not like we can see the future. I think we do pretty well for not being able to see the future, bro. All right, nice. So I'm going to go to 10-minute, and I want to see. All right, so look, here you go. Clear as day, right? If we do close with a divergence, let's say in the next 16 minutes we close in this area, what do you notice? Ding, ding, ding. Beautiful 10-minute support. As long as price doesn't break this, what am I gonna look for? I'm gonna look for a retest with a new 30-minute candle. I want to see a new 30-minute candle open up into this area, show resistance, and then that way you can catch a fresh batch of momentum after the retest. That 30-minute candle plays a big part in my strategy, because once a new 30-minute candle is on the table, you typically see a fresh level of volume. So I would do something like that and then target this gap up here that wasn't filled. Bingo, easy. That's if we get this divergence, right? And then if I'm looking over here, what could be stopping price from going lower right now? This is just hypothetical, right? If we hold this level, what do you notice? Previous daily low right here. We got 10-minute resistance sitting right here. And when I'm looking at resistance, all I'm looking at is, where do I see order blocks that try to go higher and completely fail? And how is price responding to that level right now? You see it clear as day. This would be a level of interest. If we get SMT off of it, then I say, cool. We had a crazy sell-off. It didn't retest anything. So this is a red flag. What's the next red flag? We get a massive sign of divergence at the low, showing exhaustion. Red flag number 2. Now, what's red flag number 3? If we open up a new 30-minute candle after this divergence and push into here and fail to go lower and start breaking structure, there's no reason for me to short that, right? So you can see why my trades, I take the same trades every single day. There's no reason for me to think otherwise. So if price gives you, let's say, this break of structure, we get this retest, 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 break structure, retest, show some strength, I get in here, right? If price takes this high and then closes back through the same gap that I was using for my trade idea, I'm going to start just getting out, bro. There's rarely times where price gets underneath here and then goes all the way up here. It seems like when price gives up on that gap, it's officially like time to just abandon ship. Save yourself from a stop loss, bro. And that comes from taking losses, right? It's hard to make that adjustment when you're winning. So when we're having win streaks, there's no reason for me to be thinking like, oh, if I see price close through here, I'm going to get out. That doesn't even cross my mind. The first thing I'm thinking about is just be patient, bro. You waited, you got all your confirmations, just take the trade and be patient. But now that I've taken a few losses, I can start saying, wow, anytime we break through that initial trade idea support, I should just get out. And that's what saved us up here. Otherwise, I would have got a full stop. But I think we're going to get a buy now. Hopefully. Hopefully. Let's see. But yeah, I'm going to take a small break here while we wait for this 30-minute candle to close in 8 minutes. I'll make a little snack. If you guys have questions, jump in the chat. But yeah, good patience so far, if you ask me. Great patience. Divergence off of this low. And look, what do you notice? It's actually holding this level. This may actually be the exact trade that we're going to take. And we could call the bottom like we're used to doing, bro. We used to call the bottom almost every day. This looks like the bottom. Let me buy. And sure enough, it's the bottom. This looks like a bottom right here, if you ask me. This closes with the divergence. I would expect price to, it could manipulate, it may take a little bit of time to go. But once it's ready to go, I anticipate it to go. That's the game plan here. All right, cool. 30-minute candle closes, exact point offering SMT here. And then when I look at this 10-minute chart, is it me or does this chart really like just look so clean? Like you could see every area of interest. I don't even need any of the timestamps on my chart. I can just sit back and be like, all right, this is obvious resistance right here. This is obvious resistance down here. A clean break and retest here should send price to the next zone. It's almost like, wow. And then if you're bearish, you're like, all right, a clean rejection here should send price right back down here. Price breaks here, then it goes back down here. This is nice, bro. I am officially a fan of the 10-minute chart. It's 5-minute chart times 2. Really nice, man. So what am I looking for, right? I'm obviously bullish, but we're back back underneath this previous weekly level. Price showed very little strength above it. Same thing here. Very little strength above it. Slams back underneath. All right. And then looking at crypto, this looks very weak. So it's like, all right, maybe I should actually lean more on the shorts because we have some areas where price could fail and offer a clean flip. But for me, these are the only 2 trade ideas I have on the table. All right. Number 1, bullish SMT, bullish exhaustion. We maintain this low. Price fails to get below it, retest it. All right. Breaks here. I want to see price break through here, showing me that it wants higher, and then retest, and that's my buy. All right. That's the bullish scenario. Bearish scenario, we completely obliterate this low, retest, and then I want that data low from this morning. We have CPI right here, data low, and we have this obvious area of support down here as well that we can retest, and that'll be my short. Super clean. All right, so I'm gonna just draw that. Break, retest, lower. Break, retest, higher. Super simple. I feel like one of these has to happen. And if I had to pick, I would say the short probably has a better chance now that we've shown that price cannot hold above that weekly open. Right, so I would anticipate that to be the play. Hopefully, because the shorts are just look how easy that short was up here. I would love to catch a short like that. Let's check on gold. What did gold do? Did gold break out? What about silver? Silver pushing back towards that divergence level. We got a breakout on gold, but silver's still holding underneath. So massive range, but no real breakout. This 10-minute chart is fire, yo. Oh, look at that speed. Let's go. All right. This is what I want to see here. We have obvious resistance here up above, and then you have this level right here. So this is what I'm looking at. See if we get this break. 10-minute chart only. I need a strong closure on the 10-minute chart. And then that's when I can go down and start looking at the 5-minute for ideas. I think we may have found a solution for this type of price action. That 10-minute chart, yo. I feel like 15-minute chart just a little bit too long. 10 minutes, I feel like that's a good spot for you to like wait for confirmation. And here you go, right? Price pulling right back into the bearish area. Red flag. Why didn't it retest here? It's probably gonna. Yeah, I hope that hurt. Don't do that. My goodness. What am I looking at here? Yeah. So this was my initial bearish gap. We're pushing right back into it. We don't have EMA support, so this gap right here kind of like what am I seeing here? Are we gonna wait and see something like this? Yeah, this is probably what I want to see. I don't really want to short this. I think we get rejection from this level, right? Potentially, or it could do something like break and retest this to go higher. But realistically, I want to see price retest this specific level here. Price ran through it as if it just didn't have any type of resistance before. We know that's not true. We saw this re- reject twice right here. Right, so I would love to see a retest of this area, maybe even reject now from this support, reject, pull back, show support here, and then look for a buy. If not, I just probably won't trade this, bro. This is just, I hate this type of price action. Next to consolidation, this type of breakout trading where you just get no chance at a retest, that's the worst. So I'll wait on that retest. All right, nice. So you can see this is playing out really nicely. The game plan here is if price is truly bullish, we shouldn't get back up underneath this level. So I want to see a strong drive and a failed attempt to get lower. I hate when price gets so close to where I want to see it hit because I don't want to see this reject right here. I would love a retest of this specific yellow area, but maybe it's not going to give it to me, bro. We'll see. I don't think I care enough to chase it. If it doesn't show me that it can hold this level, then it can take off without me. We're rejecting this upper half here, but notice we do have EMA support now on the 5 minute. ES rejected this EMA really nicely, rejected this level really nicely. I would love a pullback here. And then when I look at the clock, we're about to close another 30-minute candle in 6 minutes. So it would probably be best for me to wait 6 minutes, and that's what I'm going to do here. If it takes off, like I said, bro, it's just, I just have to accept it, bro. At this point, I don't care enough. Sometimes you might be like, all right, we see this gap holding up, maybe I can try this gap. But at what cost, right? We've seen price pretend to be bullish from 5 minute gaps already today, and it takes out one intermediate high and then slams 100 points the opposite way. So I don't care. Like if it takes off here, then it didn't want me to catch it. But the game plan was very straightforward. I wanted to see price break and retest one or two areas of interest. We broke this area easily. I was hoping for a retest and doesn't seem to care about that right now. But we could get, you never know. The next candle could literally just be a random dump. I feel like this retest should be very, very likely now that we've rejected this level. This 5 minute gap does have some good points of interest in it over here. You see 930 price holding up. We'll see, man. We'll see. Like, let's say we hold this gap. Backup plan would be break and retest this level then. All right. Let's say we hold this gap. Price doesn't care to retest, but we break here. Let me get a retest here, and then I'll try it. But I need some sort of retest. Locking in on NASDAQ here. NASDAQ is the stronger one. We see the divergence. We call out this bottom right here. This looks really clean. Like nothing about this tells me to short. I'm just looking for a clean area of support before I buy it. And that'll be all. If price wants to hold this 5 minute gap here, then we should break and retest. Because we're about to close this 30-minute candle here. Yeah. So we should see this next 30-minute candle pull back into support, just like how we drew it up, right? I want to see a new 30-minute candle open and then retest one of my areas of interest. All right, so I'm refining my levels here because this seems to be holding up, and I'm tempted to buy it and do the same thing. Buy it right now, stop below here. If it takes a high and acts weird, get out. So simple. That way, I don't miss it if it tries to take off. 70-point stop would be 4 micros. ES, there's a level of resistance right now that I want to see ES get past. As you can see, these wicks in this area are dangerous. Wicks into here, slams lower. Wicks into here, slams lower. Wicks into here, right? Now let's go 10-minute. We've closed above on the 10-minute, bro. This just looks clean, yo. But these wicks in this area are dangerous. I'm looking for a strong closure on like the 10-minute, which we've already gotten that. And now you're getting that wick. I have to try this because if it doesn't go my way, I can get out. 70 points would be 4 micros. And it's just holding up beautifully right now. Still rejecting though, bro. I hate when it does stuff like this. We break this level of resistance here on NASDAQ. The only thing stopping price is this level here. Yeah, bro. What time is it? 1:10. It's getting late. Oh man. Watch, as soon as I get in, it's gonna stop looking bullish. I'm gonna try this. And like I said, let me go down the lower time frame, find some areas that if price starts to flip. For example, we get underneath this EMA. I'll look at it as soon as I get in. Immediately the opposite way. But if we start flipping underneath this EMA, 5-minute area of interest, let's say 10 a.m. price. Let me narrow this down here. What will I do for an exit here? This 5-minute gap's holding up nice. We got a breakaway gap where I wanted to see price retest, and then we climb above this next level here, showing that price is truly looking bullish. It could trap me here, but after this weird sell-off, I'm like, bro, if price wanted lower, it should have continued lower. Instead, we get SMT. And like I mentioned here, let's just go back through the order of operations while I sit and draw down here. And let me type this up also. 25, 361, 70 points. Copy text. And this could take me out, bro. If it does, I just charge it to the game, bro. It's just being stupid. 25, 368, right? 359 actually. 359. One thing you won't see here on my stream is trading scary. I'm not a scary trader. I've been trading long enough. If you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, try to get out as quick as possible. And that's pretty much the way things go. 70. How many points? 7,400? Why not? So, like I said, I know exactly what I wanted to see. Sometimes it doesn't really go exactly how I want it. But from what I can tell, we had, let me just clean this up here. That's over here. That's a red zone, right? We wanted shorts if price we're going to respect here. But breaking this level, that's a 5-minute gap, make that green. Breaking this level here and holding this level. So, right, so you can see the narrative, right? The reason why I'm okay to buy. Let's break it down. We had 30-minute closure showing beautiful exhaustion at the low. We'll mark this as SMT. All right, I highlighted this with a red circle saying I believe this is going to be the next bottom. And similar to these bottoms, we got a beautiful rally higher. All right, so what did I want to see in order to confirm that Price was ready to go higher. I wanted to see price close through here. So I can move this over. I don't even know whether it's there. Move this over. I wanted to see price close through this previous resistance, right? We closed through it. And then I wanted to see price pull back and retest this exact area. For whatever reason, price decided to print a 5-minute gap here. I was hoping we would fill this gap. However, price created another gap on top of it, and now it's holding this gap. So in my mind, that's the one scenario where I'm like, okay, maybe I should buy it here if it tries to run out of this gap, because this could be a breakaway gap. So I'm going to mark this off as my theory, right? This is my theory. My theory is price is bullish and this is a breakaway. I could be wrong, but I also could be right. I like the concept that price should start going higher. All right. And if you look over on ES, ES is doing the same thing. ES is respecting it. ES giving you this breakaway gap. Also, this gap is right next to the EMA, so this gap gets a little bit more favor from that EMA, and this EMA could be preventing price from pushing down into here, right? So this is just, the life of a trader. You got to make sense of what's happening. As long as it fits your trading plan, give it a chance, right? So now we're back at this level of resistance, all right? If we take this high, you don't want to see price get back underneath this structure, get back underneath resistance. Let's go 10 minute. The 10 minutes should show you some resistance somewhere. Not yet. All right, so 5-minute chart. This fair value gap is my last hope. So this trade right here is truly based on this fair value gap. I'm looking to see what I could use as an exit plan. Maybe a strong close underneath this EMA. I could get out early, right? Yeah, that would be fair. A strong close underneath the EMA. I'll get out early because you don't want to see price entertain lower at all, bro. If we're bullish, we've been trading long enough to understand that if price wants higher, it'll go higher. If price wants to chop, it may be best to get out. And if price wants lower and it gets underneath this EMA, I should just run away as quickly as possible. Let's look at ES, right? Let me put a TP in. All right, got my TP. All right, and then I'll put an alert at this high. Maybe go break even at the high just because don't want to get manipulated like we saw here. All right, so that's that. Clean up this chart a little bit. We got that low. Keep that there. We got that. Boom, boom. Very clean. Very clean. Looking for some speed to end the session, hopefully, but no guarantees, right? And then we got ES. What is ES offering? ES on the 10-minute chart, we had this level right here clearly holding price down with the SMT. We break beautifully, beautiful, strong flip of this EMA. And then you see this level of resistance over here from yesterday, right? Price was holding it down earlier. We break it, and then now we fall underneath it. And now we're retesting this area, showing some good 5-minute strength in this area. And it looks like we're going to close this candle in 2 minutes here. So you want to see this 10-minute candle now give you that closure above, offering a breakout of this yellow zone. And that right there should open the door for higher. Once we start clearing these internal levels, I would anticipate a new high to be made now that we know that this divergence looks like it's going to be pretty much the bottom of the move, right? So that's my spiel. The only thing that could happen is something lame, and as long as I can try and mitigate the loss of some sort of, like, let's say we sweep this high once again. Let's say we give a dirty sweep here, and then you see price just start flipping lower and breaking through structure, all the stupidity. It starts doing that, then I'll just get out and call it a day. All right, but I think I've done a great job of Following price, I wanted to buy up here, potentially out of this gap. All right, that was the first idea. Cut that very, very quickly. Then I wanted to short here, didn't get a chance. And now here I am with my third idea, looking at the buy from this specific area. And super clean. The one thing I want to keep an eye on is this 30-minute chart. All right, do you see any signs of exhaustion on these highs? Let's see. Nope, no exhaustion. ES takes out this high, NASDAQ takes out this high, telling me that we should climb to this high right here with no wick. There's no wick on this candle here. And a major move down into bullish territory. You know, like nothing tells me to short this right now. So hold this, watch this EMA. And yep. This is the next level of resistance, obviously. This previous week level, the same level that price was using before, where I was looking for a buy. I want to see price get back above it. And I want to say the 10-minute chart should be the confirmation we're looking for. 5-minute chart's a bit choppy today. And if this one takes off, bro, then we're good. If this one decides to play games and sit in this area for another 40, 50 minutes, I'll just cut it early, right? But I don't really see a case for shorts right now, bro. Let's see the 1 minute. Any bearish gaps over here? We're breaking this bearish gap. We've already broken it. Holding this 1 minute EMA really nicely. We should see a random pop higher any minute. And this is really just trading, bro. Like, this is trading. And I'm actually becoming a major fan of this 10-minute chart because the 5-minute, sometimes it'll fake you out. Like here, what was the point of closing up above in this area? Just to fake you out. Whereas on the 10-minute, it respects resistance. You see clear resistance. You see clear support, clear breaks. All right, so this is going to be the first break and retest right here on the 10-minute chart. Notice we broke here. We didn't bother to retest. We just filled in a 5-minute breakaway gap. And then we closed above this support, retested with a magnificent wick, and we're showing continuation. So there's no reason for me to take a short once again. Just got to hope for some speed, bro. Like, if we're right, go ahead and give us a reward for being right here. Have an alert at this high. Crypto should be showing some recovery. There it is. Swept out these overnight lows. Decent recovery. Ethereum gains this midnight price here. Bitcoin still battling midnight. I don't know, bro. This is like, I would love to see the speed, right? This is where like the shorts just get my attention a lot more. Like, this is a manipulation move, bro. This isn't even the real bias. Price shorts and puts in a divergence, immediately pushes back up. But look how many points you were offered instantly on a fake move. You get 198 points on a move that's not even towards the draw and liquidity, just a sweep. 198 points instantly, sweep, and then the correction goes back up. Oh wait. Correction goes back up 180 points in no time, but how are you supposed to buy it without a retest, right? So I buy the first retest of this strength, and I want to see the same type of speed, bro. Like, where did all of this speed go? That's the question. Can we get some of that bullish speed that we just witnessed not even 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago? Price was in a hurry to get back up here. So I'm going to let this go. Like I said, keep a close eye. Let me set some alerts as well. I'll watch it on my phone. If I have to get out because price starts closing back underneath here, closing back underneath this EMA, then I'll just get out and take the paper cut. It's 123. What is up with this, bro? Like, you get this massive 30-minute candle, then the very next candle turns into an ant bite. I don't know. Maybe I'll give this like 5 minutes to show some speed. If not, I might just get out of here and just run away. I'm not here for the slow, laggy, lackluster trades. I want this type of expansion. I want this type of expansion. I want this type of expansion. You know, price has been moving pretty good today, so go ahead, bless us with a random nuke rocket ship through these highs, through all of this, and we'll be good. For sure, I want to see this 10-minute candle close above this these wicks down in here, above this previous weekly level. For sure, we can't close up above here, then I might feel some type of way. All right, so here we go. If you're in a trade right now, I'm sure you probably feel how I feel. Like, is this worth holding right now? We broke through a significant level here, but now you see rejection coming off of these highs once again. And it's like, I get the rejection, right? So the thing for me is it's okay to see rejection. Rejection is normal when there's obvious resistance. I want to make sure that price maintains this base right here, right? You see how price resisted here, went higher and slams through it, and then now we're closing above it and we're putting bullish structure above it. So with that being said, that is my exit plan. I don't want to see price get underneath here. And it looks like we might actually do that. Let's see how price responds here. It's like the ultimate waste of time though. Especially if it's not bearish. If we're about to sell off here, then cool, I want to be out of it, right? But if price is just retesting and gonna waste time in here before going higher, that's unfortunate because I don't think I'm willing to hold through much action in this specific area. Let's see. I may end up cutting this. We got this wick right here, right? Price drove all the way down to this point at one point before going higher. Nothing changes about the profile. When I look at the 30-minute chart, I still see that we're able to take out this 12 o'clock high on both assets. So there's no exhaustion right now. The only thing is price could want to pull back, and it could offer a deep pullback, and my stop isn't gonna survive a deep pullback if price wanted to do something like this and then go higher, because structure still seems pretty solid for upside. But and we're closing through this EMA here. Let's see if we can get some sort of rejection on this candle. If not, I'm gonna probably cut this, man. And that'll be it. That'll be it. I can only do so much in this price action, bro. It's just a scam lately. I wish there was a way you can trade, like press a button and be like, I think price isn't gonna move anywhere for the next 2 hours. Let me try that. Mm. And as you can see, I moved my stop up to about how many points? Instead of 70, I'm now sitting at a 47-point stop. So I've already taken some risk off this trade, rightfully so. Price was trading pretty well for a minute. Then we hit this resistance, and now, like I said, pullback is reasonable, but you want to see price respect the structure that's been put in place here. Moving stop down. And my stop is sitting at 25,312. And notice price slightly creeping underneath this weekly level. Yeah, nice retest and reject here. Yeah, any strong move underneath this base right here, this order block low. Closure underneath here, I'm gonna just this is tough. So what? 5 minute. Okay, so yeah. This 5 minute order block right here. And I may just cut this now. I just don't like it anymore. So let's see ES here. ES isn't showing as much weakness, bro. We're still up above this former resistance on ES. And like I said, I can't be scared to give price a chance, but now I'm starting to think it's just not going anywhere. We're going to be stuck in this range here for the rest of today, I bet. This is crazy to me, bro. It's cool though. I took some risk off the table. I can't, like I said, I'm not a scary trader. I'm not afraid to take a loss. But I'm really good at figuring out where price is headed. All right. I might need to start trading options, bro. This futures is starting to get on my nerves. I can place an options buy right here and I can just hold it for 2 or 3 days until my target gets hit. Whereas on futures, you need to be correct right here in this session with a tight stop loss. And the market takes advantage of that. Are we about to close? Yeah, I don't see any wick. Yeah. I'm hoping to get some sort of wick activity from this area. And I'm just not seeing that. As soon as I get out, it's going to turn into a wick. But I think I'm going to get out of this one, guys. Yeah, it's not a trade I want to hold through. Yeah, I'm out of here. Early exit once again. Price getting a little bit too comfortable underneath this EMA. And of course, as soon as I get out, you get the biggest wick action ever. But I don't think I'm prepared to sit through this. If it takes off, who cares? One of these days, we're going to start getting some delivery. Yeah, I can't even let it get to me, bro. I don't want to give price a chance to run my stop. I'm giving price a chance to expand. As we've seen price expand, when it's ready to go, it goes. If this ends up going bullish, I could still see it because we still haven't closed on the 10-minute chart. But it's just too late in the day, man. If this was at like 9:30, I'm sorry, like 10:30, 11:30, I wouldn't be so worried about it because we still have support. We don't have any fair value gaps to work off of, which sucks. Otherwise, I could just, use a fair value gap as my exit. We got this 4-minute gap here. It's fine, bro. I'll just take it for what it is. Today just isn't. Anytime I get into a trade so far today, it doesn't offer any speed. It offers a bunch of uncertainty instead. 4-minute gap here. Nice gap fill. Nice rejection. But I'm going to wrap it up here, guys. And I think I'm doing myself a favor. If we get below... This is tough, bro, because I want to hold this trade. I'm not the type of trader to just be in and out. Pick a good stop loss and let it play out. But for some reason, price seems as if it just cannot break this high. And it's 2 o'clock. Yeah, I'll take it for what it is. It's too late for me to sit here and speculate. That's how you get chopped up for real. We're about to open up a new 4-hour candle. This next 4-hour candle can open extremely bearish before going bullish. So keeping that in mind, I am going to kill that buy trade. I gave it a chance to run. It ran a little bit, right? We got a decent push, but then it pushed right back to entry, and now we're hanging out around entry. All right. So just to protect myself, I don't want to be in this buy if the next 4 hour candle opens lower and decides to retest something down in here. That would be devastating. So, good read if you ask me. Just a quick recap. The first 4 hour candle starts here for the New York session at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. opens lower. We get a nice market structure shift. And from there, I'm looking for a continuation to go higher. I initially took a buy up in here that got chopped around, so I got out early. And then now this is the second stage of the move where I'm looking to buy. Yeah. So yeah, VIP, I just let VIP know. Completely out. Not even gonna hold this. Gonna go down as minus 20 points or so. I'll take that. But this was the trade idea so far. We know that price can open lower here. Honestly, you might as well just look for a short, to be real. Look for a 10-minute closure through. Looks like we're gonna close through this support here. You'll be better off looking for a short, bro. Just go against whatever's supposed to happen. Go against it, and you'll catch a massive drop. It's like the algo is only wants blood right now. But you get that closure through here. You get a 30-minute candle close. Yeah, bro. I wouldn't be surprised if you get a random drop here. So yeah, good read on price, but at the end of the day, we haven't done anything. We're stuck in a box here. So I think it's a good job to walk away right now. Tomorrow's Friday, so probably won't be much better. Christmas next week. Yeah, we're gonna keep this chill vibe for the rest of the year. Not really looking to make too much money. Trade some eval accounts. Put the funded accounts to the side. Put your live accounts to the side. Enjoy the rest of the year. Maybe pass some evals. It's a great tempo for me right now because I don't feel like this is worth too much energy. All right, so you guys take care. Long but dry session today. All right, let's see what happens tomorrow. Be back at 10 a.m. Later.